All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSCBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Sedimi, and Jakub Krsnici. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. I note that all the accused are attending today's hearing via video link. Today we will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04809, who is testifying via video link. Madam Court Officer, please connect us with the witness and representative through video link. Good morning, witness. You may be seated.
Good morning. Thank you.
Witness, today we're going to continue with the cross-examination, and the last cross-examination will be from the Thaçi defense. Witness, I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please let us know, and we will make an accommodation for you. Court officer, please bring us into private session to protect the identity of the witness and others.
Your Honors, we're in public session. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick question for the SBO. We indicated yesterday that we would like to finish with, what's his number? Wouldn't it be? The witness who had not completed his time. Is that?
4758.
Huh?
4758.
4758, I'm sorry, I don't have the file with me. Is that going to be possible to get that yet this week?
Your Honor, I can answer that. It should be. So after this next witness, 4295 would then testify, which is a relatively shorter witness, and then WO4758 would finish tomorrow.
Thank you very much. We now have a 1-hour delay, as we've said before, to get the next witness into the courtroom. So we will just reconvene at 10:30. Yes, Mr. Relis has a question.
Your Honour, yes. Can I take the chance to raise one procedural matter whilst we're in the break? It's simply this. In filing 2676, which is the bar table motion for the admission of the documents we've been discussing, the prosecution indicated in paragraph 2 that it intends to supplement its submissions later on after the evidence of these 3 witnesses. And in the same paragraph, the prosecution said it did not object to extending the deadline for responses so that it runs from the date that the prosecution files its supplement. That seemed to me to be a sensible suggestion, because I would rather file one consolidated response rather than 2 separate ones. But of course, it's with your honours to grant an extension.
Oops, sorry, I pushed the wrong button. The panel's not going to resist that type of a motion. It seems to be logical.
I'm grateful. May we take it then that the deadline runs from the date of the
Yes,
supplemental
the deadline will
submissions?
begin from the date of the supplement.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll see you here at 10:30 then.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. All right, we're ready to begin hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04798, who will testify via video link. Excuse me. In terms of planning for today, we will proceed now until 11:45, take a 15-minute break till 12, and then go from 12 until 1 o'clock for the lunch break. As a reminder to all, the panel authorized, and I am referring to filing F02660, the presence of a representative of the Rule 107 provider during the testimony of this witness. Madam Court Officer, please connect us with the witness and the representative through video link. Good afternoon, witness. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
The witness, the CMU staff member at your location, will now provide you with the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take. So So take a look at the document and then read that aloud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
You can be seated now, both of you. Witness, thank you for being with us today. We are ready to start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately a half a day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. The defense estimates that it will need 2 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in their use of the time. The panel may allow for redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Just for your information, we will take a break at 12:15. That's after 45 minutes of testimony. It will be a 15-minute break only, and then we will proceed from that point, which will be noon, until 1 o'clock, which is a time for a lunch break. I also note that you are accompanied by a representative of the Rule 107 provider. In this regard, with the approval of the panel, you can consult with the representative during your testimony. The representative can also suggest, when appropriate, to go into a private session to protect confidentiality of the provided information. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone outside of this room, and this includes the representative. Mr. Court Officer, please bring us into, I'm sorry, do you intend to conduct this in private session?
Yes, for the same reasons, Your Honor. Thank you.
Please bring us into private session for the protection of the witness and others.
Your Honors, we're back in public session. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Court Officer, you can clarify the record that you need to do.
Thank you, Your Honors. I just wanted to make sure that this is on the record. The associate exhibits from P01784 to P0182 previously mentioned that are in English and Serbian instead of English and Albanian as previously stated on the record. Thank you, Your Honors. All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, you can bring the witness in. Mr. Ellis, can you give us an estimate of your remaining time?
I'm trying to do it in half an hour, but I may be slightly over that.
Thank you, witness. We continue now with the questions by Mr. Ellis. Please give him your attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just before we broke, we were speaking.
I'm sorry, what?
We should be in private session.
I'm
Your Honor.
sorry, my mistake. Please put us in private session.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you. We are adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Yes, Mr. Helling.
Yes, if Your Honors have a moment now, we'd like to give an update on the scheduling for tomorrow that the panel inquired with us earlier this morning. We still expect to be able to finish the current witness, W4295 and W04758, by the end of tomorrow. This is especially important because we've heard that W04758 has availability issues next week. So it would cause a lot of challenges if that isn't the case, and any clarity on the remaining cross-examination estimates would be helpful. We had a second question as well that's related. We have a reserve witness this week, W00344. This witness has some extra logistical arrangements because it's a video link witness, and we was wondering if the panel could already confirm that the likelihood of that is so low that if we could just release the reserve witness for this week.
It looks fairly low right now. I would say you could probably release him for tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
First of all, from the prosecution, you're down for 2 hours.
An hour and a half for this witness, Your Honor.
Miss,
I have 45 minutes, but actually, I have 45 minutes, but I suspect I'll be shorter.
Your Honours, I have 15 minutes, and I also expect I'll be shorter.
I'm at 20, Your Honour, and similarly, I don't think I'll take them.
Half an hour, but hoping to be shorter, although... Yeah.
that should give you some encouragement, Mr. Voss.
Yes, Your Honour, I had some time set aside for this witness too. I think it's unlikely that I'm going to ask for it.
Thank you. We won't consider that a final answer yet, though, but thank you for the update. All right, Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. I'm sorry, for some reason, I don't have that note, but is this witness going to be in public session?
Correct, Your Honor.
Do you anticipate going into private session at all?
No.
All right, thanks. Good morning, witness.
Good afternoon.
While you are standing, I will read out the text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, Paragraph 2 of our rules. I will ask you to listen to what I read and then repeat it out loud. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
So this is what I will ask you to recite. Conscious of the significance of my testimony,
Conscious of the significance of my testimony
responsibility,
and my legal responsibility,
solemnly declare that I will tell the truth,
I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth and only the truth, the whole truth, only the truth, and I will not add or take away a single letter to it.
nothing but the truth,
Forgive me, forgive. Only the truth, and I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge. Thank you.
Before we begin, the panel notes that in F02470, F02561, and F02621, Victims' Counsel notified the panel of his intention to ask questions of the witness. In F02485, the defense recorded its objection to the questioning of the witness by Victims' Counsel. As per its usual practice, the panel will defer its ruling on the matter until the SBO has concluded its direct examination of the witness, provided the Victims' Counsel still wishes to examine the witness. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last 1 day. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then Victims' Counsel may ask you questions. Thereafter, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel may also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1.5 hours. Victims' Counsel estimates that he would need 20 minutes. The defense estimates that it will need close to 2 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that the counsel will be judicious in the use of their time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside of this court about your testimony, please let us know immediately. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I would ask the council to please be available to be ready to read any questions, any statements to the witness during the testimony. Mr. Howling, you have the floor. Witness, the prosecution will begin their questions now. Please give them your attention.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good afternoon, witness. We've met before, but my name is Matt Hauling. I'm from the SPO. And
Good afternoon.
We'll start with, what is your name?
Haji Mazreku.
Haji Mazreku.
Your date and place of birth?
26th of February 1968, Opte Rouge, Rahovec, Kosovo.
And have you been previously interviewed by the SPO and in the course of your ULEX proceedings? Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Previously interviewed before by the SPO and in the course of your ULEX proceedings?
Yes.
The court officer could please pull up on the screen 060112-TR-AT Part 1 RED page 1 and put it on the screen. It can take up the whole screen. Witness, if I can turn your attention to the screen, a document is just loaded up, and I want to ask you, is this your SPO interview?
Yes, it is.
I'd ask if the court officer could please pull up the larger range of SITF 000-28070 to 000-28141. And this is a statement across SITF 000-28070 to 000-28083 redacted, and the specific page to be shown is page SITF 000-28077. So, witness, you can see on the screen here, there's a record of the examination of the defendant with a date of 14 December 2010. If we could then go to the next page, Mr. Court Officer. And zoom out so the whole page is visible. Now, it should be SITF 000-28078 on the screen now. I think this is an earlier page. So, witness, this is the page following the one that said 14 December in the Albanian language version, and you see your name there. Is this your ULEX statement of 14 December 2010?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page, this is statement SITF 000-28084 to 000-28105 RED. And the page on this one to start with is SITF 000-28094. That statement is within the same larger range I read out previously. And so the specific page now is SITF 000-28094. Now, witness, you see here another record of a statement from 22 December 2010. And if we can go to the next page of this one, we again see your name. And if we can zoom out to the whole page. Witness, is this your statement in the ULEX proceedings of 22 December 2010?
Paul. Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to refamiliarize yourself with the contents of the three statements I just showed you?
Paul. Yes.
And in your preparation session, you indicated some changes and clarifications to those statements. Is that right?
Some clarifications, yes.
And these were reflected in a note that was read back to you, correct?
Paul. Yes.
Confirm that what was read back to you in that note reflected your changes fully and accurately.
Paul. Yes.
To the clarifications in that note, do these three statements accurately reflect what you said and what you would say if asked again in court today?
Paul. Yes.
Your Honor, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with decision F02571, the SPO hereby tenders the three statements of W04295 read earlier into the record, along with preparation note 1, which is ERN 123-364 to 123-368. There are no associated exhibits to admit with these statements.
Any objection?
No, Your Honour.
Nothing beyond what's been notified in writing, Your Honour.
No, Your Honour. No, Your Honour.
060112-TR-AT. How many parts?
So 060112TR, 9 parts, English and Albanian.
It is admitted, all 9 parts. Please assign numbers to the 9 parts.
060112-TR in both English and Albanian. Part 1 will be assigned the exhibit number P01805.1. Part 2 in both languages will be assigned exhibit number P01805.2. Part 3 of the same in both languages will be assigned exhibit number P01805.3. Part 4 of the same ERN in both languages will be assigned exhibit number P01805.4. Part 5 of the same ERN in both languages will be assigned exhibit number P01805.5. Part 6 of the same ERN in both languages will be assigned exhibit number P01805.6. Part 7 of the same ERN in both languages will be assigned exhibit number P01805.7. Part 8 of the same ERN in both languages will be assigned the exhibit number P01805.8, and Part 9 of the same ERN in both languages will be assigned exhibit number P01805.9, all classified confidential. Thank you, Your Honors.
Then SITF 0002870 to 0002841. Are you admitting the entire range or just those pages?
Not the entire range, but just the two statements within it. So for the 14 December 2010 statement, and this range covers both language versions, it would be SITF 0002870 to 0002883 RED.
I'm sorry, 0002870 to 0002883, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, it's admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number P01806, classified as confidential.
And then the note 123364 to 123368 is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number P01807, classified as confidential.
Do you intend to keep these all confidential?
So, they don't all need to be confidential. What is now P01806, for instance, could be public, but the SPO interview and preparation note, we would ask maintain confidential classification. Note there is one last statement whose year end we'd ask for admission as well, and I can give that in the record now, if Your Honor.
We'll reclassify P01806 to public, and go ahead.
So this is the 22 December 2010 statement, and this is SITF 000288084 to 000282105 RED, and Your Honors, this one can also be public.
Had you previously tendered this?
Yes, Your Honor. This witness's statements are admittedly a little confusing because there's a compilation of them all within the same large range.
I'm
So there's
sorry.
two discrete
I'm
pieces.
sorry I missed that. All right. Is there any objection to this additional one?
Not to them being public, but my query is about the SPO statement, because of course this witness is giving evidence in public, therefore his evidence is in public, and part of that evidence is his Rule 154 statement. So I don't quite understand how that can be private and his testimony public. It seems inconsistent to me.
There are certain parts of the witness's interview that, although we don't expect there to be questions on them and concern things like mental health of family members, that we would keep a confidential classification on generally. If Your Honors would like us to, we could prepare a public redacted version of this interview.
I believe that's the best method, yes. All right. Fine, that SITF 000288084 to 000282105 is admitted.
That will be assigned exhibit number P01808 and will be classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And actually, if we could stay on P01808, the latest one, we wanted to show the witness part of that statement now. And so in English, it would be page SITF 0002887. In Albanian, it would be SITF 0002897. And if they can be 50-50 on the screen. Witness, there's a part of one of your prior statements that I wanted to ask you a question about. It's being put up on the screen now, and I would just ask you to focus on the version on the left side of the screen, which is going to be the version in Albanian. It's where you say this on 22 December 2010. The KLA, and if we could scroll a little further down on the page in both versions so that this is visible. So you say the KLA was not functioning the way they should have, and we were not satisfied with the situation. What was it that you were not satisfied with? And then you began your next answer 10 days before the attack. 3 people with masks approached me with a list of 17 names. Witness, in relation to this, and first just as a preliminary question, do the 3 masked men have 17 or 18 names on their list?
There were about 17 or 18. However, it was night time and I wasn't able to count them, but that's what it was like, yes.
Response to a question about being unsatisfied with the KLA, were these 3 masked men from the KLA?
They introduced themselves as the KLA. However, they were wearing black uniforms. They came somewhere in the middle of the night at a very inappropriate moment.
Before this happened in Optorusha, had you heard about masked KLA looking for collaborators around your area?
There were words here and there saying that yes, they are observing the situation during the night, they are going out and checking people and so on. However, I hadn't seen them myself.
Do you remember, relative to the Adam Yashari incident, about how long after that you first started hearing about these masked KLA doing this?
Can you please repeat the question? Sorry, interpretation correction almost immediately afterwards.
Okay, so I understood the witness's answer to be almost immediately afterwards. And as long as witness, did I understand your answer correctly?
Yes. Yes.
Go to something that you said in your SPO interview, and this would be P01805.4, and it would be pages 15 to 16 in the English. And actually, this I think I can just read into the record because it's rather short. So, witness, you said the following: everybody was considered a collaborator. So let's say if I have made a nice door, a nice chair, a nice table for a Serb, and have acted appropriately towards him, offered them a coffee or something, that would make me a collaborator in the eyes of others. Do you remember this portion of your evidence?
Yes.
How do you know that things like offering coffee to a Serb could make someone be perceived as being a collaborator?
That's what people said around the village. They said, this one is having coffee with them, he's staying with them, he's just building doors or windows for them. It's not something that was of any significance to me. However, it ended up being very costly, as a matter of fact.
You also labeled as a collaborator for those same reasons.
Yes.
Talk about labeling collaborators here. Is this the KLA labeling people like yourself as collaborators?
Your Honor, that's blatantly leading. You should just ask the question, who did it?
It is a leading question. Please rephrase it.
Who is labeling people collaborators when talking about what kinds of collaborators, who is being called this?
Well, KLA persons who conducted an offensive. So basically, if you went close to them, then you were unsuitable. You were either a traitor or a collaborator. The KLA, that's who did that.
Do you have any information that the KLA targeted forest rangers as collaborators?
Yes, this was being said actually quite a lot. The forest rangers, and there was a case in Pagarush actually when people were saying, I didn't actually see it myself, I wasn't an eyewitness, but there was a forest ranger, they were saying, and the KLA killed him. And that, for me, was intimidating this Albanian civilian population, and that was unacceptable, totally. But whether he was a spy and somebody, I think, stole a tractor or some logs, I don't know. But for me, I wasn't a spy. So he was just doing his job. He was protecting the forest, and he was just doing what he was paid to do. But actually, absolutely, those actions I did not like, and I said that this is what would then happen to our village.
You said he was just doing his job, he was protecting the forest. Did the KLA label him a collaborator?
Well, yes, those who killed him called him a collaborator. For all the victims, they branded them as collaborators.
Did this incident happen before the Optarusha Serb villagers were attacked?
Yes.
Remember approximately when you heard this incident occurred?
To be honest, I tell you the truth, I thank God that I'm here and I'm still in one piece, because I was in a situation where I could have gone to a psychiatrist because I saw. I cannot tell you the dates or names because I really was in an unenvious situation, and I apologize for this.
And do I understand it that you don't remember exactly who told you this information about the Pagarusha forest ranger?
Well, there is a water source in the village, and both at day, night, and at night time, people will go out, and people would say that the KLA has killed a spy, and he was a forest ranger, so it was horrible, horrible. I did not like it at all, obviously, not that action.
About the KLA labeling you a collaborator, was this also the KLA and Eyüp Kabashi's group doing this?
Yes. Well, this person also spread in Likovs and everywhere this because he wanted me to be called a collaborator, but no, that was not the case. That would never be the case.
Did Eyüp Kabashi say anything about holding collaborators accountable that you remember?
If, for instance, I asked around a little bit more in the village, then that would be more danger for me. So it was just what I heard people say, what they were saying, and then I realized what the situation was like, and I was thinking, oh my God, things are going to get even worse. Because there's no discipline, there's nothing is all right. So it really was an undesirable situation to be in.
I understand it that you don't remember anything specific that he said on this point?
Well, if there is something that I have touched upon, then please can you describe it, and then I can describe it further.
Certainly, and Your Honor, with that, we just seek permission to refresh the witness's recollection with paragraph 21 of Prep Note 2.
Permission granted.
Thank you. And for the record, that ERN is 123369 to 123373. And witness, it says the following: Eyüp Kabashi said that people would be held accountable to the bodies in place in Optarusha. When Eyüp Kabashi's unit was set up, they did so with some regulations which were not shared with you. There was also no evidence of a judicial body being established to hold people accountable. All that was happening was people being accused of being traitors. Witness, does that refresh your recollection of what Eyüp Kabashi was saying about collaborators?
Yes, yes.
Correct what I read to you, that Eyüp Kabashi said that people would be held accountable to the bodies in place.
Yes.
Was there any kind of formal or judicial investigation by the KLA in your village into collaborators?
No.
You also said previously in your statement that Eyüp Kabashi's group was part of the Drenats KLA. Did you have any information before the attack on the Serbs in your village that the Drenats KLA was looking into you?
Yes.
What did you hear, and who told you?
Well, from where I heard it, I do not know. Everybody was saying that Haji is not actually really joining us, the KLA, in our family, and he's dividing the village. But I just wanted for there to be rules, discipline, some sort of protection for the civilians. It didn't matter whether they were Roma, Serb, or Albanian. Everybody was innocent. So that's what the problem was. And what should I do? Should I protect myself from Serbia, the KLA?
Witness, my question is more specific. I would just like to know, did anyone tell you that the Drenats KLA was looking into you, Hazi Mizreku?
Well, I come from Drenovs. My maternal uncles live there. So their whole families live there. And in one case, we had Bejim Gashi and Eyüp Kabashi. And then there was this Bahiu and another car, and I didn't notice who was in it. And they were saying, look at him, that's Haji, that's Haji. And they put down the window and they said, are you Haji? And I said, yes, I am. And he said, I worked with you. And I said, no problem, because there was a sort of wedding. And I said, let me take these people to the wedding and I'll come back. And I went there, but I went there on my own.
Yeah, and witness, I have a question or two about this incident I'll ask you later. Are you familiar with a gentleman by the name of Hazar Shala?
Yes, I know him.
Shala from?
Hazar Shala is from Rando Brava. And thanks for reminding me of this case. I'm a carpenter, as you know, and I've worked on the works that needed to be done in a mosque. So, and I might say I'm actually quite good at what I do. So, people were saying, what a great carpenter, how humane, how kind. And people were asking from Drenots and from Lekovts, who is Haji? Is he a collaborator of the Serbs? And he had said, how can you say that? He has nothing to do with that sort of thing. So he told me a long time after the war, perhaps 15 years later, even longer than that. So that was when he told me of this. And I was like speechless. But there are many cases like this, and just a year and a half, somebody said something similar to me.
So in your last answer, when you talk about people saying that people were asking from Drenats, who is Hazi Shala, is he a collaborator from the Serbs? Is that Hazi Shala, or is this you, Hazi Mizreku?
Haji Mazreku.
And was it Hazar Shala the one who said that to you?
Hazar Shala was the one who told me this, and I was at the mosque working when he told me of this, and I really was speechless. I was like, oh my God, what is going on with these people?
For the timing of that conversation, was this before the Serbs were attacked in Upta Russia?
Well, he told me this after the conflict because, this was after the conflict. So much later on, much later on.
Okay. You were talking earlier about something at a wedding, and I said I had a question about it. Maybe I should ask it now. And for this one, and if we could put this one on the screen, this would be P1805.3, and it would be page 18 in the English and page 19 in the Albanian, and put it on the screen.
Your Honour, whilst that's being found, could I just check in the earlier part of this page, of page T92 on the transcript? It's come out as Haji Shala. I think it was Hazir Shala that was being spoken about, and they may be different people. Can I just clarify that?
Yes. Witness, you heard what counsel said. The person from Randu Brava, what is the full name of that person?
Hazar Shala, Radobrav, whereas my name is Haji Mazreko.
I think that's clarified. So again, for the statement portion, it's page 18 in the English and page 19 in the Albanian. And witness, this is the incident about the wedding as I understand it, and this was what I wanted to ask you about. You're talking with Zemgashi, and it says, Germani then said to me, because he said to me, so Germani said to me, are you Haji? Yes, I want to clear up some things with you. I said, whenever you want, I'm ready, I am serious. He said, I speak serious. I took out my Kalashnikov, opened the window of the car, and I said to him, we have a wedding, we are here celebrating, and fired in the air and continued. You were just referencing that now as well. I would like to know what happens immediately after you fire in the air and continued during this incident.
Afterwards, I took my family members to the wedding reception, and I returned myself on my own. I didn't take anyone with me because it was as if I was afraid if I had done so. So I went there on my own, and I said, what is it that you want with me? And when he said it, he said, no, I just wanted to know who Haji Mazreko is, that's all. And they said, okay, you can go now. And I returned.
When you talk about returning after the part of the incident that I just read to you, how long is the gap in time between you having this initial conversation with Zemgashi and then returning?
Half an hour at the most, I would say, no more than that.
And I understand that in this initial conversation, both you were in a car and Zemgashi and his group were in a car. Is that right?
Yes. Actually, there were two cars, so on his side.
When you returned, where did you meet Zemgashi and this group?
At a shop at the end of the village. That's where he said we should meet. He said, we'll just wait for you there.
So was it Zemgashi that said that he would wait for you and then you came back and returned?
Yes.
And when you returned, who was with Zemgashi?
Ayub was there. Din Spahio. From what I can remember, Sokol Butucci was there too. And there were others too, but they were just there waiting, as it were.
And you mentioned earlier that someone said that they just wanted to know who you are. Who said that to you?
Well, Ayub and Din said this is Haji, and he just wanted to know who I was. He wanted to see me because apparently so much had been said about me and they didn't know who I was. So they just wanted to see me.
3 minutes. He says that to you. Does Mgashi then say anything else?
No, there he didn't say anything.
Witness, I'd like to now show you part of a notebook that was shown to you in your preparation session. If we could get in English and Albanian P75, which is U001-9244 to U001-9306, and why don't we start on page U001-9274. So the Albanian side is correct, and witness will just wait one moment just for the English. Now, witness, do you remember seeing this notebook last week?
Yes.
For last week, is that right?
No.
Page just to orient you that these seem to be entries from a notebook of 1 July 1998. If we go to the next page, if the court officer could please turn the page in both versions. You can see on the left-hand side of the page, we have something that says weapons, and then we have places and names of people. And on the bottom, is that where it says Optarusha Iyubgashi? Is that the same Iyub Kubashi who is the commander of the KLA in your village?
Yes.
The name just above him, is that the same Hazar Shala we were just discussing?
Yes.
Just to confirm the name of the place to the left of his name, what's the name of the village next to his name?
Rodobrav.
Thank you. And now if the court officer could please turn the page one more time. On the top left-hand side of the page, it says this: Hazi Mazreku, he is a very suspicious person who created the division of the village and exerted influence in a way that he drew them closer by saying, "Come with me, I will rescue you." And witness, my question to you is, when the KLA was accusing you of collaboration, were they accusing you of creating divisions inside your village?
Yes, they did say this, but nobody would say this to my face. But they were saying it around also to people whom I knew, like Haji is putting groups together. Perhaps I've done so, but all I was trying to do is to protect them, not to make them victims. And this is the difference between me and him.
And was the KLA also accusing you of collaboration for being too close with the Serbs?
Well, yes, in a way, but also mostly because I didn't support them in their actions, as they made fatal mistakes. So when they would see my actions, and it was like night and day, my actions and theirs, because in terms of soldiers, I was the first one who took up weapons and tried to organize the young people so that we could get weapons in Albania, like our friends, our neighbors. But the more they would say cooperator, collaborator, and spy, then they were just trying to do this to blackmail me, but I didn't accept this. I would have rather been dead than for them to have called me that, because in terms of the KLA, I was in the KLA, the real one, not the fake one.
On this page, consistent with things that the KLA was saying about you in July 1998.
Yes.
One clarification before moving on, and it's on the top of this page of the transcript at line 2. You said, all I was trying to do was to protect them, not to make them victims, and this is the difference between me and him. Who do you mean by me and him in that answer?
So all of those people who called themselves members of the KLA, but for me they weren't the KLA, as far as I'm concerned, because the KLA had two groups. And I can explain this a little later if you like, or even now, if you please. Listen, when one says the KLA, it's as if like we were shepherds. The only difference between us and a shepherd is the weapon and the stick that a shepherd uses, whereas we had weapons to protect civilians. But this was the difference, that a bad shepherd would actually take the sheep to a hole rather than the water, but I didn't let them take them to a hole or to the wolves. This is unacceptable, and that's why I was undesirable for them, a traitor or a collaborator of the Serbs. But in reality, that wasn't the case. Just like a girl, an unmarried girl, says to her mother, I want to marry so-and-so, but nobody has spoken to the in-laws. So basically I was telling them, listen, I'm trying to protect the village. I'm not a collaborator. If I were a collaborator, I wouldn't be trying to protect the village, and I would just say it out loud. And this is in essence what I am about, and that is why I am here. This is quite a charge against me, but really there were reprisals against me. A lot of trouble I was in. I don't even know how I'm here today.
Thank you. I follow. Were the Serb villagers in Optarusha also falsely accused of collaboration by the KLA?
Well, they were attacked, so there must have been something in it. I don't know anything any further.
And Your Honor, if we could ask the witness a question about paragraph 17, rather, of preparation note 2, following that.
Yes, go ahead.
So, witness, you said in the preparation note last week, the Serb villagers of Optarusha were also falsely accused of being collaborators. They were only civilians. In light of your last answer, is what I just read to you correct?
Yes, well, yes, that's it.
Are you aware of any legitimate reason for why those people were attacked?
I swear that, let me just say that if it was about the KLA or to get the command or the order from somebody, perhaps I would know, but I went to them wholeheartedly to protect them. And I've said that somewhere in a room in a village to a fellow villager that if necessary, we need to protect the dogs of the village, let alone human beings, Albanians, Serbs, Roma. We need to protect and defend everybody.
You can answer it with a yes or a no. Are you aware of any legitimate reason for why the Serb villagers of Optarusha were attacked?
Only because they were Serbs, nothing else.
You talk in your statement that you see them on a tractor leaving the village. Was this the day after the attack that you saw that?
This was after the night there was an attack, and then the following day they were trying to get them to leave their homes and take them to Sametysht. And they went along in front of my home, and from the window, and it's a 4-story home, and I saw that and I thought, this is horrific.
From what you were able to see and hear, were there any indications that the Serbs on that tractor had been beaten?
I heard that they were crying, and they were just crying. I don't know how to put it, but others also said this. Yes, we saw them crying. So they were covered in blankets, and the army was taking them to Sametysht. So this Opterush attack wasn't in 2,700, 800 people were there, so this was totally unacceptable. And this is what cost me dearly, because, and I've said this before when I was at EULEX as well.
Crying, was there any indication in the way that they were crying that they had been beaten?
Well, they were crying either of having been beaten up or because they were afraid. So either or, that was it.
Witness, there's now a couple of reports about this attack on the Serbs of your village that I wanted to show you. And Your Honor, I note the time. Is there going to be a break at 3:30?
No, just go ahead.
Thank you. So if the court officer could please pull up on the screen IT 0587 5D01011, both the original language version and the English version. Now, witness, neither of these are in Albanian, but part of this Serbian military report was read to you in your preparation session, and I wanted to ask you a question about a couple of parts of it. So if we can scroll a little bit further down on the page and stop there, on the English it's correct. It says, between 1900 and 2200 hours on 17 July 1998, Albanian terrorists launched an attack along the Zoshist village, Opterusha village axis. There is no information about the consequences. Is this consistent with the on or around the date and time that the Opterusha attack occurred, as appears in that report?
So at 1600 hours, right?
The report says between 1900 and 2200 hours on the 17th of July. Does that sound about right in terms of the date and time of the attack?
Well, I think it was earlier than that. I think it was earlier than that. Because that night, shall I explain it? Shall I go into the case?
Well, you said, when you said it was earlier, why don't we just start it like this? Does that mean that you think the attack started a little bit before 7 o'clock?
Yes.
Into the night?
The attack, not into the Serb families, but it was an attack between the Krzysztof Terush, so as if the Serbian villages are coming. So it was propaganda, it was a game.
The attack, once it started, continue on into the night?
Yes, yes, it did continue.
This report the following. It is most probable that in the operations conducted up to now, the terrorists have kidnapped 16 Serbs from Rahavac. Now, you were saying just now that you saw the KLA taking Serbs away in a tractor the day after the attack. Is that right?
Yes. But I don't know how many. I have no idea about their numbers.
Mentioned at the beginning when introducing yourself, is Optarusha a part of Rahavac?
Yes, it is in the municipality of Rahavac, yes.
The report is dated, signed, stamped. It's been contextualized by the witness. We would ask to tender it for admission in both English and Serbian original.
Objection.
Your Honour, yes, we do. We say it hasn't been contextualised. That the witness said it started earlier, this attack, although my friend for the prosecution tried to make it just a little bit earlier. He didn't explore how much earlier. That's all very well for the witness to give his evidence about what he recalls, but that can't be a basis to bring in a document from a different body altogether, particularly when the prosecution have ample evidence of persons who were involved from the Serb side, and they could get the evidence in through them.
Your Honor, I think it's quite clear from the report that it's talking about the same event the witness experienced.
Anybody else? No. The court will admit the document IT 05-87 5D01011 in English and Serbian.
Your Honor, that will be assigned the exhibit number P01809, classified as confidential. Thank you.
Your Honor, that can be public.
It'll be reclassified public.
Your Honors.
Going back to this tractor that you saw just the day after the attack, you say in your statement that it is Florim Zaza who is the one driving that tractor. Is that right?
Yes, Florim Mamai or Thaçi. Thaçi being kind of a nickname.
And you also said, and this is for a reference, P1807, paragraph 24, that the reinforcements that you saw on the night of the attack were from, amongst other places, Dranac and Samadraj. Is that right?
Yes, it's Tuareg, that region. Dobradaran, Samadraj, all those villages included.
And is this Florim Mamai or Zaza, is this the same Florim Zaza who takes your weapon along with Ismet Sora and Fame Bala after the attack on the Serbs of the village?
Yes.
And again, for reference, this is P1807, paragraph 34. And the commander of Florim Zaza on the incident where your weapon was taken was someone named Fame Bala. Is that right?
Fame Bale and Ismet Bulumbashi were the two persons who took my weapon away.
Understand to be the commander of the Florim Zaza, Ismet Sora, Fame Bala group.
I thought it was Fame Bale.
Witness, I'd now like to show you a portion of a notebook Could the court officer please put up on the screen 0189-2905 to 0189-2914 in both English and Albanian, and the entry is 0189-2912. Now, witness, you see the Albanian version on the left side of the screen. I'm correct, you also hadn't seen this before your preparation session last week. Is that right?
Yeah. Correct.
So I'm not going to read all of it, but I'll just focus on a few discrete parts. So it says, Optorusha, 17 July 1998 on the top, and it begins on 17 July 1998 at around 1800 hours, the attack began. Is that same question as on the other one? Is that consistent with the approximate date and time that the attack on Optorusha was?
Yes. Yes. Yes, I do remember that event.
It says later in the entry that only personal weapons were used, rifles and grenades. From the gunfire that you heard, were only small weapons being used in this attack?
Yes.
It also says some civilian members who were taken by our forces were released later without a single step taken against them. The others are being treated as prisoners of war. And that goes on to page 2913, that quote. And witness, as I understand it from what you saw in the tractor, there were some Serbs that were taken, and there were some that were kept following the attack. Is that correct?
That's what we heard, yes.
If we go to the next page in the English, which would be 2913, it says participating in the action was the 3rd company, the 1st company, and members of the other companies of the 1st Battalion and members of the military police, all of them from the KLA local staff for Suhoreka. Officer Isuf Kresnici led the action. And so, witness, when you were saying reinforcements were from Samadraja, that is part of Suhoreka. Is that right?
Well, yes. Isuf Krasniqi, or whatever he was called, is not someone that I know.
And then finally, if we turn back the page in the English version back to 2912, I now want to ask you if this part is consistent with your recollection. Some Serbian paramilitary forces stationed in this village. Witness, were there Serbian paramilitary forces in Optorusha on the day of the attack?
Yeah. No.
I'd now like to put on the screen P1333, which is ERN 083227 to 083239, Red 2, in English and Albanian, and specifically page 083228 in both languages. Witness, just to orient you as this document is being put on the screen, this is an admitted exhibit in this case purporting to be a history of the 123rd Brigade. And I want to ask you a couple questions about this specific page. First, if we scroll down towards the bottom of the page, it talks about how the 1st Battalion had 3 companies, and then it gives where the companies are and who's in charge of them. And you see there it says that the 3rd company was active in Samadraj at Doberdalan. Its commander was Fame Bala. Is that the Fame Bala you were talking about earlier in your testimony?
Yes, he comes from Doberdalan, and whether he was a member of the headquarters in Doberdalan, I don't know.
And it says 3rd company, and if we scroll up on that page again, I know, witness, you said you didn't know who this gentleman was, but you see that Isuf Krasniqi is the assistant commander for military police. Your Honors, we would like to tender the notebook just shown to the witness, which again, for the record, is ERN 01892905 to 01892914. This was found originally by the Serbian authorities. It has reliable information on KLA operations in the Rahavac area as contextualized by this witness. We'd also note the notebook is only about 10 pages, in fact even less, because a few of those pages are duplicate translations. We tender it for admission.
Any objection?
Your Honours, we do object. We don't know who the author is of this notebook, and this witness wasn't able to assist in any way. The way the prosecution has approached this, really what it amounts to is any piece of paper can be put to a witness, and as long as they identify broadly something in there, then it can go in. This witness didn't even identify half of the points that were put. Yes, he has talked about some of the events, but that's his evidence. And there has to be a line drawn, otherwise anything can come in just because it's shown to a person and they can recognize some parts of it. There's just not enough of a connection in this case we submit.
Ms. Tavikoli.
I have concerns generally with where this prosecution is taking this witness. This witness's evidence is quite clear in terms of who he could identify, participated in the attack. And now the prosecution is trying, through the admission of this and other exhibits, to draw him in a particular direction which he didn't specify. I can go into more detail, but I wonder if the witness should be excused in the courtroom. But you may also know where I'm going. But I think he's quite clear. He doesn't recognise the men in the attack. He recognises one man. He says where he is from. He recognises some accents. The men are masked, and that is it. And now we are seeing documents about Brigade 123, a brigade that this witness does not mention at all in his evidence. And I'm concerned that we are leading the witness here to a conclusion that he does not give himself, and I think that's dangerous territory.
We join both objections.
And Your Honor, for our part, what this witness is doing is providing part of an account that fits within a larger whole, and we are showing how this witness contributes to that larger whole. On the document in question, he said that the timing is consistent with his recollection, the weapons used, the nature of people being taken, and the Suhareka staff, which we've used this last document to confirm. Even the one that he didn't confirm, and it was just one, was paramilitaries, which itself is actually an indicator of authenticity, given that it's the KLA writing this particular entry. We think it's more than enough for a prima facie admissibility standard.
He's giving evidence about what should be regarded as authentic for deciding whether the document can come in. That's not acceptable.
The court will accept the document. There is sufficient contextualization to identify this document. So 01892905 to 01892914 is admitted.
And that will be assigned exhibit number P01810, currently classified as confidential.
I'm sorry, was it 1810?
Correct, Your Honors.
Okay.
I'll read it again, P01810.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, witness, I actually would like to stay briefly with this page on the 123rd Brigade and ask you, You already mentioned Blaram Kuchi and Elaz Kadoli at some length in your statement. Do you know the person identified as Deputy Brigade Commander Habib El-Shani?
Paul. Yes.
The commander in the Suhareka area.
I don't know what he served as in Soharek. However, when I went to Doberdelan staff to go and get weapons in Albania, that was organized with his assistance. I do not know what his particular role there was. However, he was the one who facilitated the trip to Albania.
Did you go to Doberdelan to get logistical help for this trip to Albania?
It is closest to us because taking a longer route always used to pose a risk. So we went to the closest point possible. We wanted a situation. We wanted to find a solution to a situation in order to protect ourselves.
Your KLA unit, did you register it anywhere?
Yes.
Did you do that?
First, I took notes in a notebook at home in my own headquarters, as it were, and then I went and did the same at the Doberdelan headquarters.
So, is it correct that your unit was established as part of Doberdelan's sphere of influence?
Roughly speaking, yes. But they did not take any orders or command. What I was looking for is finding a solution to find weapons in order to defend the village. However, I never received any commands from him.
Logistical assistance, Habib El-Shani helped your unit acquire weapons from Albania. Did I understand it right? Turning now to Elaz Kadoli, you can see him still on the screen here. When you talked to him at Semitish, I understand he didn't say anything about intelligence, but did he identify you as a commander?
Yes.
I'd now like to ask you about a specific portion of your SPO interview. If the court officer could please pull on the screen P01805.4, and this would be the bottom of page 6 in both English and Albanian, going over to page 7. Witness, this is a portion of your SPO statement that is about being taken to Semitish. And once it's up on the screen, I'm going to read you a small portion and ask some follow-up questions. So, this is what was asked of you. Question, were you handcuffed or detained? How were you transported? And you answered, no, except for when I arrived in Semitish during the discussion, the threat started and they said to me, do you know that you have those villagers of yours here at our place, meaning the Serbs? Do you know that people, your co-villagers are here where we are with us, meaning Serbs, and the same can befall you? Witness, who says this to you?
Elaz Kadoli was the one to tell me this. There were threats, which I ignored.
Now we'd ask if the court officer could please put on the screen 057924 to 058024, and it's page 058008 in English and Albanian.
Before their court officer does that, I have an objection. I'd like to be heard in the absence of the witness, please. If this is relating to Prep Note 2, paragraph 5.
It is.
Please could I be heard in the absence of the witness?
Please escort the witness out of the courtroom. Go ahead, Ms. Tavakoli.
Thank you. Now, paragraph 5 of Prep Note 2 says, what Ilaz Kodoli said to the witness about the Optarusha Serbs being at his place, and it gives the reference, is consistent with what Ilaz Kodoli writes about his units, Zoshista and Optarusha assistants, on this page. Now, if you turn to the witness's interview, part 4, page 7, what Ilaz Kodoli says is he tells this witness that the Serbs, the co-villagers from his witness, are together with him at Semitish. That information is simply not contained at all within the page that the prosecutor wants to put on the screen and put to the witness. It's quite clear why the prosecutor wants to do that, because in that page there is a sentence from Ilaz Kodoli that says the General Staff requested the 123 Brigade to assist in Ziosht and Optarusha. The soldiers came under fire, etc., etc. That is night and day from the section that they're saying purports to be the same. And this relates to my objection earlier. This is simply not the witness's evidence. This witness is being used as a ruse to put in other documents, and it's problematic. He knows Ilaz Kodoli. He can be asked about what happened to him in Ilaz Kodoli's presence, but we cannot be using this witness to put in pages of Ilaz Kodoli's book that bear no relevance at all to what this witness's testimony is. And so for those reasons, I don't think the witness should be shown it, and a subsequent application in due course for it to be admitted should be rejected. It's not relevant to the witness's testimony, it's unsupported by his evidence, and its prejudicial value far outweighs its probative value.
Ms. Tavakoli, would you take the same position if the document was offered from the bar table as an excerpt of a book?
As I understand it, the issue is this book has already been subject to a bar table motion. Pardon? Parts of it. And I think initially the SPO tried to submit the entire book. And that was rejected. And I think Your Honours decided that going forward the prosecution would have to apply page by page to get the parts that they wanted admitted.
But that had to do with relevance, Ms. Tavakoli. With respect, what I'm asking you is if this page was offered from the bar table, what would be your objection to its admission?
It was offered and it was rejected. And now they're trying to offer it through this witness, and I'm saying it doesn't fulfil the test because it's not relevant to this witness's evidence.
But are you suggesting that to be admissible, something has to be relevant to a witness's evidence as opposed to being relevant to the case? I'm not clear.
My point is this. If you admit this now, as I understand, but I stand to be corrected by my learned friends because this occurred before I was on my feet in this courtroom. As I understood it, they sought to admit the whole book. Your Honours rejected that. So your question presupposes that the prosecution is applying to reconsider your decision by applying to admit it through a bar table motion when they've already done that and you've rejected it. So now the test is different. The test is the rule in it now falls to be the test under Rule 138, and for the reasons outlined, it doesn't meet that test unless you are saying that your previous decision was incorrect and you should have actually admitted the whole book in the first place, which I don't think you're saying.
You're right about that.
Your Honor, we would support that objection. I mean, there is no application for it to come through a bar table admission now, and if there was, we would oppose it to make it clear. The current position is, and perhaps this page should be brought up so everyone can see, is to seek to admit it through the witness when it has nothing to do with his testimony whatsoever. So it's a backdoor attempt. It must be rejected firmly.
We would join those objections as well, and in short, our position would be it should be rejected because the prejudicial effect of admitting it at this stage outweighs probative value. It's seeking to admit a sentence in a book that says something about the general staff in some circumstances where this witness can't possibly be meaningfully cross-examined on that.
I mean, just to say that there's no connection between that sentence and this witness's evidence, I find amazing to be made as a submission. The witness is talking about what Ilyas Kadoli said to him. He is saying information that suggests that Ilyas Kadoli's unit has Serbs from Optorusha. This page in the book says that they are helping in Optorusha. And it doesn't say the general staff in this witness's evidence, but he does say on the night of the attack it comes from an order from high up, which is also consistent with this page. And to answer Judge Matro's question, which Ms. Davacoli didn't answer, there is no legitimate reason to object to this item if it's tendered through the bar table, and we think we have a witness here who can contextualize it now.
It is admissible, it is relevant, it's probative, and it will be admitted under 138 paragraph 1.
Your Honor, it hasn't been put to the witness yet. The particular page we're talking about.
I thought yes,
Yes, in order to
I'm sorry,
try
my
and
mistake.
avoid it being put unnecessarily.
And Your Honor, if it assists on timing, this is the last thing I'm going to do in my direct examination. Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, I'll continue with my questions, and for this, we'd ask the court officer to please pull up on the screen 057924 to 058024, page 058008. And witness, for context, this is a page of a book that Ilyas Kadoli wrote after the war. And I understand that you had not seen any pages of this before your preparation session. Is that right? Would you like me to repeat the question?
No, I had not seen it. It was the first time I saw it that very day you mentioned.
Understood. So, on the English and Albanian side of the page, so witness for you, the left side, on the left page, in the middle, there's a sentence that says the General Staff requested the 123rd Brigade to assist at Zočista and Optorusha. Now, is this consistent with what Ilyas Kadoli was telling you about how the Optorusha village Serbs ended up at his place?
Yes, yes.
And on the night of the attack, when Eyüp Kabashi said that the order came from high up, and you asked him where the order came from, did he give any response?
Paul.
Yes, he answered and he said the order came from high up. And I said, what do you mean high up? And I looked up and I said, what are you doing? I said, stop, because this cannot be allowed. But there were 3 people there whom I did not know. And they were insisting that my group had gone there to join them and go into Serbs' homes. So this was it.
Did he give you any further information about who the people from high up were?
Yeah.
No. No.
Presence of the witness, the book entry does give that information. It's also consistent with other exhibits in the case like P1329. We tender it for admission.
I believe your objections are already on the record. You can certainly repeat something or add something if you wish.
The only thing I'd like to say is the book doesn't necessarily give the answer. It's a book. It's the opinion of one man, and this witness's evidence is his evidence. They're separate things.
And certainly ripe for cross-examination. I have no doubt about that. The exhibit will be admitted.
Yes, and Your Honor, if it assists, parts of the book are already admitted as P12.
Yes.
We'd ask it be added to that exhibit.
057924 to 058024 is admitted and will be added to, is it?
So that's the full range of the book. The specific page is 058008.
058008. And what is the existing exhibit that's already admitted?
P12.
P12? All right, it'll be added to P12.
Your Honor, just before the numbers given, could I just raise one matter about the translation, which we were also going to raise when this arose, given that it's not clear exactly what wording is used there. We see the word to assist, but there are a number of other words around that haven't been translated, or any explanation given as to what those words mean, if they can be translated or not. It would seem to be, seeing the prosecution is placing so much emphasis on this, relevant to know in order to be able to explore this, if we wish to.
If you wish to question the translation, there's certainly a procedure to do so, and we would urge you to do that.
But I'm asking, before it gets admitted, whether the prosecution has any further explanation.
This is the best translation that we've been able to provide. Again, as Your Honor said, there are channels to see if it can be improved, but this is the best we have.
We are certainly open to looking at it if you come up with an alternative translation.
Well, the difficulty, just in response to my friend, is that the original Albanian doesn't seem to have words that are capable of translation. It seems to be saying that that's not clear. And it would be helpful to know if that is the case and whether there's any translation possible. I know Your Honour can't do it. And likewise myself, but once again asking if there's any further explanation from the prosecution before it's admitted and before we have to take it further if we do.
Apparently there is no further explanation. You've heard what he said just now. But thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Just to confirm the exhibit add.
Your Honor's page 058008 will be added to P00012. If I can seek for clarification, the page itself is confidential. Nonetheless, the admitted exhibit is public.
It's public, Your Honor.
It will be reclassified as public. Let's take a 5-minute break and then come right back, and we'll use the last 25 minutes to the best of our ability.
And to Your Honor's question, we have no further questions.
Thank you. Please escort the witness out. We're adjourned for 5 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Do you wish to question the witness? I'm sorry?
No, I'm not going to ask this
Okay,
witness any
thank you.
questions. Thank you.
You can be seated, witness.
Thank you.
Presenting the Thaçi defense, we'll have some questions for you now over here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, you created your KLA unit about 1 to 2 months after the Thaçi incident, correct?
Earlier than that, not immediately, but yes, a little earlier. After the incident, I started having this activity.
Oh.
To attend.
Mr. Vasily, are you there?
Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody's together now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, would I be right that your KLA group developed out of a need to defend your village and your property, a form of self-defense?
Yes. Yes.
From the bottom up, you put it together at the grassroots level, correct?
We created this ourselves because Rogova kept saying that we must defend our homes. And that was the impression I had, that we had to do that, defend our village.
And you appointed yourself the commander of your group, correct?
I called upon, I would say, my cousins, relatives, and said, what are we going to do? But whomever wishes to become a commander, they can, but nobody wanted to, so it was left up to me. But it's not like my aim was to become the leader of this group. So then I took up that position.
Read it amongst yourselves. You weren't appointed by any higher-ups, correct?
No.
Report to anybody higher up, did you?
No, absolutely not.
The summer of 98, you've told the court that there were 2 KLA groups in Obtarusha, yours and a second one led by Ayup Kabashi, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Didn't have good relations with Ayup Kabashi's group, did they?
Well, we as family members did have good relations, but we did not agree to their actions, their positions. So I was against those. I did not agree with them, and basically I didn't want my group to be a victim of the politics that was going on there, because as far as I was concerned, this was about politics, the entire conflict in Kosovo.
Political frictions, you told the prosecutor's office, over resources, cars, money, and things like that, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You didn't coordinate with them, did you?
No.
The KLA that was operating in Obtarusha in July of 98 wasn't unified. It wasn't one KLA, was it?
Well, earlier I mentioned what it was like. The KLA was as if shepherds. They were shepherds. I think I mentioned this earlier. I do not know whether you followed me, what I mentioned earlier. So there was a shepherd that protected and defended people, the country, the place, and the other that wanted to take them to the wolves. And which one was which, I do not know. But when I was looking at what was happening and their activity, I was entirely distanced from them and despaired. I thought, this is not on. I mean their actions in Obtarush, because they were our people, our fellow villagers.
You've answered my question. I'll move on.
And I just wanted to say something else, if I may. May I explain it?
Move on, please. Now, Ayup Kabashi...
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Ayup Kabashi...
Thank you. That's fine.
...that there was an order from higher up, correct?
Yes.
Who that was, he looked up to the sky, correct?
Yes.
Tell you who gave that order, did he?
No, he didn't.
That it was the general staff of the KLA, did he?
No, he didn't mention that.
Thank you. Now, I want to turn to the attack itself. You didn't know who the men were that participated in that attack, the Obtarusha attack, did you? Save for one, who went by the name of Florim, correct?
Everybody was talking about Florim, and then that night, a critical night, I do not know, but everybody was mentioning him. So, taking the Serbs, I saw Florim from a distance, 50, 30 meters, perhaps even more than that as a distance. But then everybody was saying that it was Florim who was driving the tractor, taking the Serbs to Semitish.
Florim is the only one that you can recognize, correct?
Yes.
Who any of the other men were, did you?
Objection as to vagueness. There is another person the witness knows earlier in the attack. If counsel could clarify at what point it's being questioned about.
Be a little more clear, please.
Is there another man other than Florim that you recognize from the day of that attack as being a participant in the attack?
No. But what people were saying afterwards, but not there, so they were saying that Ismet was there too. Ismet Sora, right? Yes. Or Ismet Bulibashi.
When you say people were saying that, did you see him?
No. No, I didn't see Ismet.
You saw that you knew was Florim.
Whom I recognized, yes. Yes, it was Florim.
Now, you also told the prosecutor, and I just want you to confirm your evidence here, that they called themselves the KLA, and the reference for the record is P01805.2, pages 36 to 37. They called themselves the KLA, these men that attacked the village, but as far as you were concerned, they were not the KLA. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
These men were abusing the name of the KLA.
I think so too.
Thank you. Now, I want to move on now to the list of collaborators. 3 men came and gave you a list of alleged collaborators. Now, is it correct that the list was handwritten and unsigned?
Yes, that's correct.
Know who wrote the list, do you?
No.
You do not know the 3 men who gave you that list, do you?
No, I did not know them.
Now, most of the people on that list, you told the prosecutor, and the reference here is P01805.2, pages 7 to 8. I think most of them, save with the exception of a teacher, were part of the LDK, correct?
Well, it's not like I kept proof of how many there were. I mean, we were all members of the LDK, but to say that we held any positions and such, I do not know of that, because I was a carpenter minding my own business. I didn't follow what people were doing, but I did not like the list, though, because...
If you like the list, I was asking you if most of them on there were from the KLA. Sorry, LDK. And you said yes, is that right?
Yes.
And you also told the prosecutor, and I've given the reference, that you did not think that they were on that list because they were members of the LDK. That's not why they were targeted, was it?
The reason, from what I could tell, was that they wanted to make me join them, to be part of them and come under their command and cooperate with them. As a commander of that group, they wanted me with them. And I put myself at risk and I said, leave from here because this is not right. And then that's when they started the attacks against me, refusing me.
Sir, but my question was slightly different. I perhaps will just read it from your evidence and you can confirm if it's right. You were asked by the prosecutor, and I've given the reference, he asked you, were they targeted as collaborators because of their LDK membership? And your answer was, well, no, I don't think so. Is that still your evidence today?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tavakoli.
Thank you, Your Honours. We have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Roberts?
Do you want me to start now, Your Honour, at 4:28? I may have no questions, but I would like to just reflect overnight, if that's okay with you.
Witness, that's the end of your testimony today. You will have to be back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we will try to finish your testimony efficiently tomorrow morning. Thank you for being with us today. You may go with the court attendant and leave the room. You may not speak to anyone about your testimony in court. If anyone tries to talk to you about your testimony in court, please let us know. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you. And best wishes to everybody, as well as my respect.
You may leave. Mr. Ellis, I failed to ask you how long if you're still going to be a half hour.
I don't know if I'll be the full half hour, but I do have something, yes.
So we seem to be finished for today. Thank you all. We are adjourned until tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All rise.